Ms. Locke had said, ILO colleagues stand up, if you heard her clearly, and they never did. Minister, I request your indulgence for my ILO colleagues to please stand up and for you to have a look at them. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. We come from Port of Spain, and one of our colleagues comes from the way from Geneva, Switzerland. I say this, Minister, to show our commitment to you, to show our commitment to supporting Jamaica. We come to St. Anne's not just to launch this Just Transition project, but to express ILO's solidarity, collaboration, partnership, and companionship with you, Honorable Minister, and the tripartite social partners in your pursuit for the noble objective of decent work for all Jamaican working people. I will say some words about the launch, and I have a speech, and I would like to, as we embark on a transformative journey that will define Jamaica's approach to climate change, economic development, and social protection, Jamaica as a country stands the crossroads, indeed along with the rest of the Caribbean region. Being the most climate vulnerable region in the world, with Jamaica ranked 47th on the Global Risk Index of 2023. This is a stark reminder of the environmental challenges faced not only by yourselves, but indeed all small island developing states. The recent devastation caused by Hurricanes Beryl and Raphael reflect more than just another active hurricane season, with an estimated 2.8% drop in GDP from July to September. This demonstrates the urgent need for integrated economic, climate strategies that protect our people, our workforce, and our future. With the launch of this project, the Jamaica Just Transition, embedding climate justice in national and regional policy frameworks, we are linking climate action directly with economic resilience. And when better to launch this project, but at the ministry's Labour Talks Roadshow in the parish of St. Anne. The theme in itself, transforming Jamaica's workforce for greater resilience and sustainable development, perfectly encapsulates the essence of this project. This project is not just another policy initiative. It is a groundbreaking attempt to embed just transition principles into national frameworks. And indeed, I heard you yesterday, Minister, when we met, when you said these terms can be confusing. When we say just transition, we refer to justice, fairness, equity. This project is therefore about being fair and inclusive to all in pursuit of the low-carbon economy. This means addressing socio-economic, environmental impacts of transitioning to greener practices, particularly for those most affected, such as workers in key industrial sectors, vulnerable communities, and small businesses. This project is based on embedding equity, inclusion, environmental justice into climate policies and economic policies in national development priorities. Climate ambition is about people, not just numerical targets. By prioritizing equity, justice, social justice, climate justice, and inclusion, the just transition processes can enable adaptation and climate resilience development for all vulnerable groups. This indeed aligns very well with Jamaica's Vision 2030 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. What makes this Just Transition project even more exceptional is the collaborative governance model. It has brought together an alliance between government, workers' organizations, employers, academic institutions, and I want to recognize the Vice Chancellor of UWI who is with us in the room. Pro-Vice Chancellor. I got that, pro-Vice Chancellor. Indeed, to establish our partnership with academic institutions as well. There will be a national steering committee which will be inclusive and ensure that evidence-based policy development forms part and parcel of the governance structure of the project. I would like, Honourable Minister, to deviate from what has been presented for me to speak and use the last bit of my time as I conclude to say that in pursuit of decent work, I couldn't be in Jamaica as an ILO director and not see the challenge that is in the tourism sector. And I think that the workers in the tourism sector, a leading sector in this country's economy, are striking the way they are. Makes me realize as well that the workers at the ports in Trinidad and Tobago are also striking. That makes tourism and the maritime sector sectors where workers are expressing with their right to strike their unhappiness with the working condition in two sectors that are existential to the economic well-being of the Caribbean region. And just a few months ago, we had strike action in Guyana, no less by teachers, on a no work, no pay basis for 4 or 5 months. What are the workers of the Caribbean region telling us, Honourable Minister? They are sending us a very strong message. The way in which we have administered the labour market is no longer sufficient to meet the aspirations of the working people of this country. And as ILO, we offer you our hand in partnership to work with you to look at the overall strategy of the labour market. Not only to tinker with little ends at the bit, but to relook the labour market as it is structured today, as it is transforming today. We know the impact of technology. And to say, we want to work this journey with you, to look at the legislative framework, to look at the institutions of labour market administration, and to ensure that they are, as this project is saying, indeed just. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we again put our hands together for Dr. Joni Musabayana? Solid presentation. Thank you so much, sir, for outlining the ILO's commitment to Jamaica. As he said, solidarity, commitment, companionship to helping Jamaica achieve its goal. And indeed, to hear where we fall, number 43, you say, right, sir? 47, my God. We have work to do. We have work to do. And if anything at all, we really learned our lessons earlier on this year when we had burial, and then we had rain after days of rain. Even today we're having rain. They said tomorrow is going to be more rain. And it's impacting the way in which we can actually be productive. And so the time is now for us to be having this conversation. We're so happy to have the ILO support, sir, and standing hand in hand with us as we do our best to help our people, because without our people, this country don't work. And so we have to ensure that our people, of course, is a priority. Thank you so much again for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to see the video. I believe we are ready. So again, we ask that you keep your attentions to the screen.
Jamaica, a nation of beauty and resilience, stands at a crossroads. The climate crisis is a pressing reality, demanding bold action. But as we transition to a greener future, we must ensure that no one is left behind. The International Labour Organization's Jamaica Just Transition, Embedding Climate Justice in Regional Policy Frameworks project is a beacon of hope, a groundbreaking initiative embedding climate justice at the heart of regional policy. Our mission is clear: protect workers' rights in a changing economic landscape, create sustainable employment opportunities, develop policy frameworks that balance our environmental needs with economic resilience. We're bringing together government, workers, employers, and academic experts to craft a holistic approach to climate adaptation. This is more than a project. It's a commitment to our people, our economy, and our planet. Let's make history. Join us at the launch of Jamaica Just Transition, embedding climate justice in regional policy frameworks, a high-level event bringing together Jamaica's leading minds and changemakers on the 27th of November 2024. The future of climate justice begins here with you.
It begins with all of us. Thank you so much for playing that video. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Dr. Dunn has been a key figure in shaping policies that promote inclusivity and workforce development. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him, please. Let's welcome him to the podium.
You see, one of the challenge of coming behind somebody that's tall. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to recognize, of course, our fashionable moderator, a real treasure of Jamaica. Good morning. My own minister, the Honorable Colonel Charles, one of the most dynamic ministers this ministry has ever seen. And I'm proud to call him my friend and colleague. Of course, Deputy Mayor, representing Mayor Bell Navis, and our own PS, a very humble lady, but a very hard-working lady. Of course, we welcome you, sir, and look forward to your permit. We'll work on the permit. Dr. Joni, and of course, Ms. Bernita, representing Jeff, Sir Patrick St. Patrice Ennis, of course, representing Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, our pastor here today. And where's Jillian? Jillian is one of the most hard work. Where's she? Jillian. Come here, Jillian. I can tell you a secret. I like to travel with Jillian. Jillian is one of the most hardworking, knowledgeable labor specialists this country has ever seen. Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor, of course, of the University of the West Indies. Other directors here and staff of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And the huge staff. I'm surprised that so many persons came from ILO. We welcome you to Jamaica. We welcome you all to Jamaica. And of course, the business community, our employers and job seekers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here, good morning. Now, when I listen to Candy, every time I go somewhere and listen to Candy, I would sit there and wonder if I could just get half that voice. Candy is such an amazing person, and it shows that talent comes in several and various different forms. And Candy has a true, I don't know how to say it, that talent is, you know, when you watch The Voice and Rising Star in Jamaica and you listen to a Candy, you say, these people are not better than Candy. But it's a pleasure to be here in Runaway Bay with so many friends and distinguished colleagues, and I want to thank each of you for taking the time out to be here with us today. You know, there's something very, very special about events like this, and we're here today to talk about jobs, policies, but more significantly, we are here to talk about people. Individuals and the provision of opportunities, giving people a chance to better themselves and their families. And this is what it will take. Events like these to ensure that persons attain their true potential. And it is so important that this is taking place over these 2 days to really showcase and to give us an opportunity, and you, especially job seekers, an opportunity to find a more meaningful place of work. But let me start by saying how proud I am of the incredible team here at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. It takes a lot of work to pull off events like this. And I tell you, they have been working around the clock just to make sure that the event here is very successful. From the planning to the logistics, the team has been nothing short of extraordinary. And I want to personally, I know the minister will do it too, but I want to personally thank the team for the tremendous work that they have been doing and the dedication because of you. So today's discussion will turn the spotlight on critical labor market issues, but we are taking further steps to ensure that this conversation is at the tip of persons' tongue. While we dialogue in search of solutions to these issues, we are taking yet another tangible step to bring the unemployment rate even further than it is. And I'm sure the minister will speak a little bit about that, because Jamaica has transitioned so much in the last 7 years to the lowest unemployment rate now of 4.2%. Never before seen in the country's history. And most importantly, youth unemployment, that was at about 21 to 24%, is now to almost 11% here in Jamaica. So we are taking a critical and tangible step towards a more sustainable and resilient Jamaica. Today's launch of Jamaica Just Transition Project is a signal of our shared determination to create a future where both our economy and our people thrives. Our employers to innovate and to ensure that climate action is deeply rooted in fairness and inclusion. The project reflects the partnership and plans that will guide us in transforming the challenges into opportunities. The Jamaica Just Transition Project is not just about long-term goals, it's about the tangible, everyday action we're taking to ensure that our economy grows sustainably and that our people are not left behind. And if you notice, even in the documentary and in the conversations that we have as a government, we have this line there: we are not leaving anyone behind. Climate change isn't just some distant issue. It's affecting our farmers' crops, the stability of our tourist industry, and even the safety of our homes. Yesterday in my constituency, I had to visit a home, Minister, and because of the constant issue of rainfall, and we know it's related to climate issue, there is actually a home that fell into the water because of the caving of an embankment. So we know it's real. So this project offers tangible and practical solutions to real challenges. Workers will benefit from social protection and make transition smoother in a changing economy. Employers will have access to policy guidelines to support green innovation while fostering decent work. And policymakers will be able to better equipped to integrate climate action and workforce development into their national strategy. But again, this is not just about policy, it's about people. Every Jamaican workers deserve the opportunity to build a better life, and every employer deserves the support needed to create fair and decent work. Through initiatives like job fairs, Tomorrow, we are actively opening doors to job seekers with over 300 opportunities available across industries. But at the same time, we are calling on employers to recognize their critical role in creating workplace that meets evolving needs of our Jamaican workforce. Flexible work arrangements, fair compensation, and adherence to occupational safety and health standards are not just optional, but essential. We made this project different in its collaboration, and the collaboration, of course, include all stakeholders, or trade unions, or employers, or workforce, or workers, and the government must come together to tackle these challenges. This is not just the responsibility of any one group. It is a shared responsibility. The establishment of social dialogue governance structure under these projects will ensure that all voices are heard and all perspectives are included as we move forward in building this new Jamaica. We're also laying the groundwork for the future by aligning our efforts with Jamaica's National Determined Contributions, NDCs, for climate action. This alignment means that by 2026, our policies will not only meet global standards, but also reflects the unique needs and aspirations of every Jamaican. Let me say clearly, this government is not working just for today. We're thinking about tomorrow and the generations that follows. Every policy we implement, every decisions we make is with understanding that our action or inaction will shape the world we leave behind for our children and our grandchildren. The Jamaica Just Transition Project is a critical step in ensuring that Jamaica and the Jamaicans in particular will inherit all the opportunities, equity, and resilience. So as we embark on this journey, I ask you, whether you're a worker, a job seeker, an employer, or a policymaker, to join us on this mission. The road ahead will have challenges, but it also holds incredible opportunities. Together, we can ensure that our workforce is not only ready for the future, but thrives in it. I want to thank you for the opportunity and look forward to the work that we will all accomplish together. May God bless you, and may God bless this country, Jamaica, land we love. Thank you very much.
And we say big thanks to Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting, of course, there needs to be critical step towards a sustainable Jamaica. And Jamaica, just as he says, is not just about the, of course, the policies to talk, but tangible everyday action that we can see no one being left behind. And climate action has to be included in all our policies, because the action or inaction that we take today, the next generation will inherit that. And as a mother of a son, I would like my child to have a wonderful place to call home. Any other parents inside here? Yes, you don't want your child to have a wonderful place to call home, right? Exactly. So it's so encouraging to hear that by 2026, we should be achieving our mission to have all our policies reflecting the unique needs and the aspirations of every single Jamaican. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our keynote address. It is now my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker, the Honorable Colonel Charles, Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security. Now, Minister Charles has demonstrated strident leadership in championing sustainable development, decent work, and climate justice. and we are eager to hear his vision as we launch the transformative Jamaica Just Transition Project. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome one of our hardest working ministers, the Honorable Minister Colonel Charles Jr.
Let me firstly say good morning to my sister Debbie, who is truly representing her parish well. You see how we have the mixture of beauty and intelligence in Clarendon. Deputy Mayor, I don't see you smiling at that one. St. Anne is my paternal parish, you know that. Good morning again to all. Let me acknowledge my Minister of State, the awesome Dr. Norman Dunn. Of course, our Deputy Mayor representing our Mayor here in St. Anne, my Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Dion Jennings, my friend and brother, Dr. Musa Bayana, who has invited me to Zimbabwe, I must tell you. And, you know, I note that Bob Marley was able to represent us in song. And when he said Africa Unite, he was not only speaking of the continent, but its appendages, of which Jamaica is one. Mrs. Locke, who has known me from my eyes were my knees. Sir Patrice Ennis, who I did not do anything to disturb his voice. When he came up and couldn't speak, somebody looked on me like I am the reason. It's my friend, I would never do so. A pastor who blessed us, all of the friends here, Ms. Corodas, and the team from St. Anne Parish Office, from our labor team here, the other directors and members of staff from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, specially invited guests here from the ILO who have come from near and far. Awesome to see such an amazing team. I perhaps shouldn't say this, but it's not only Dr. Joni who is looking for permits. I did get some whispers from some Trinidadian friends yesterday. You know, listen. You know, they say that in Jamaica, I'm an old fridge. I can't hold any secrets. Pro Vice Chancellor who is here, all of the friends who are here, members of the business community, employers, job seekers, media partners. What an awesome morning. I had the opportunity in 2021 to serve in the capacity as Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment, and Climate Change, a mouthful. I recall then when we were heading out of the pandemic craze that Alok Sharma was taken out of the UK cabinet and was asked and tasked by the United Kingdom Prime Minister at the time to lead COP26. And we had to have discussions as to whether we would even be able to meet. But he came to Jamaica and he spoke to me directly because we, at that time, were both co-chairs of what is called the NDC concept, climate change. But we have never had a hurricane in June. I've never seen it before, and we had one this year. There was, in the last 3 years, a period where we had the longest period of drought and then the worst floods in 1 year. So you can debate whether it is real, but what I know is real is that the impacts of more frequent and severe natural disasters are evident. We are living in it. And so, who then has the responsibility of preparing the country for it? Who has the responsibility of ensuring that we have a roadmap that allows for us to integrate that climate action to protect the lives, to protect the workers, to safeguard our natural resources. We all do. It's not just a government project. This project that we launch here today is for every single Jamaican, every student, every parent, every government worker, every minister, whether it is a minister of government or a minister in church. All of us have to be involved and have to understand our role and responsibility in achieving these goals. So we need swift and decisive intervention. And why do we need swift and decisive intervention? Because the ball is already rolling down the hill. And these are conversations that we were having way before COP26 in 2021. And it is rolling down at a faster pace every single year. So this is not something that is going linear. It's going down. If we don't stop it, it will continue at a faster pace to degrade and to create worse conditions for us. How does that impact the labor market? When you have floods, you can't go to work. When you have a drought, it impacts the farmers. When you have all of these natural disasters, it impacts your productivity. And that impacts not only the GDP, but it impacts your own family. It impacts your ability to work. And so, I need to make it clear in that way so we understand that this is not just some aloof conversation. It's not just a conversation in the cloud. This is something that is going to affect all of us. And so we must take note as a country on this project and on ensuring that this project is a success. Tomorrow we will have our job fair where we will bring hundreds of job seekers to one space to ensure they get an opportunity to be interviewed, and hopefully they are prepared and have the capacity and will walk away with a job. We have done this in Montego Bay, September. We will do it again in Manchester in February. And I did it from my constituency just last week where we had another career fair. We're going to continue to do this across the country to present Jamaicans with the opportunity, to present our workers with the opportunities to be employed. But at the same time, as it was brought up by Dr. Joni Busayamana, Busa Mayana. That's Debbie's fault. I had this name set until she got it wrong. As we are here talking about getting jobs, the question for us as leaders is really, what about the jobs that people already have? Are we doing enough to make sure that the working conditions are representing the Jamaica that we want and that we know they deserve? Are we shying away from the conversation around better wages? Are we afraid to confront the discussion in the tourism sector? For whatever it is worth, as Minister of Labour and Social Security, I can assure the country that I'm not afraid of those conversations. I can assure you that I'm proud of the workers. And it may sound contradictory, but protests in its many different forms are the hallmark of our democracy. Peaceful demonstrations are sometimes what are necessary to push us in the right direction. And I want to applaud the workers, the employers so far in the tourism sector who have been humble and assertive and open to communication. And every time that they have called us and that we have responded, we have had conversations that have led to positive outcome. That in itself speaks to the genuine desire of the worker and the employer and the capacity here at the ministry with and across government to get it right. We cannot afford to wait until crisis escalates. And so in the wake of all of these activities, we have opportunity. Some see challenge. I see an opportunity. I see an opportunity for us to really reshape how the sector has been evolving and to make sure that it becomes stronger. Just transition requires us to look deeply into the realities that people face. And so, what we can control, we must take control of. And I can tell you, we will be having a number of conversations with stakeholders soon. I'll announce it next week, that will bring people together for us to have the difficult conversations around the tourism sector. And I will say to the country now that we accept the invitation from the ILO for support to address these challenges in a comprehensive way. Thank you for your invitation. So, we don't want to be a government that only responds to crisis or waits for conditions to worsen for us to jump into action. We want to be able to be proactive. We want to continue to have preparation and preliminary discussions to prepare you, to design best practices, to know how to encourage communication. And that's what we speak about also when we talk about just transition. Not just issues relating to climate change, but anything relating to fairness and equality directly relate to our workers. And we're committed to that, committed to ensuring that the future of work truly reflects this new reality. I hope I'm not the only person who heard myself. Am I? Yo, let me tell you. Nobody moved a while ago. I was like, am I the only? This is not good. Pastor, I was about to call you. None of you moved. Nobody even blinked. I was like, hold on. No, I'm sorry. So, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we have already commenced our industry-wide assessment in terms of the tourism sector, engaging both workers and employers across the island to better understand the challenges faced by both sides. And we're committed to working with the Ministry of Tourism and inviting our trade unions, people to have the opportunity to thrive. And I want them to know that my responsibility and my commitment is that I will protect that opportunity for you. Moving on, I want to encourage all employers, again, especially in the tourism sector, as we're here in St. Anne, to prioritize also occupational safety and health. I see Mr. Mohan here, and he would not have me speak without mentioning it. The climate change issues. Occupational safety and health is critical in terms of planning, and you must integrate in that planning climate-sensitive policy planning. Again, you know, these are the issues that we must prioritize in terms of advancing safety and sustainability. You know, I get it, and I've heard this from students when I speak to them, that they are hearing so many times these words that sometimes to them it's just buzzwords. Safety, sustainability, resilience. But I want you to open your mind and look on the scenarios. When a worker is on a construction site and is on the third floor and does not have the right equipment and happens to slip and fall to the ground floor, it is occupational safety and health policies that create those minimum standards that can save your life. So when we talk about safety and sustainability, this is real. This is something that impacts your life. And that worker is usually the breadwinner of a household. So when that happens and that injury occurs, it's not just affecting the worker. OSH is also affecting the household. It's protecting the child who needs to go to school. It's protecting that baby that is waiting for that feeding, but the mother is now injured. So I want you to really appreciate how these things connect. In today's world of work, what we have realized is that there's truly no one-size-fits-all solution. Work is changing, and after the pandemic, it has already changed. If you talk to someone now who is under 25, they are battling in their mind as to whether they want to do their masters or just become an influencer. And you may laugh until they become an influencer and they drive up with something and say, hey, mom, you want to get a house? And you're like, huh? It is changing. It has changed. And so for us, it's an exciting time at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. What will it look like? What will work look like? Traditional, non-traditional work? What's it going to look like in terms of flexi hours, job stability, improved working conditions when the working condition is in your house? There's so much for us, and we are challenged, and we're excited about the responsibility of making sure that this broader conversation happens across industries, agriculture, technology, creative industries. We are ready to have that social dialogue and to make sure that we see the best result for Jamaica. So from the hotel workers in Ocho Rios here, seeking flexible shifts, to what we call the gig workers in Kingston, balancing the multiple part-time jobs while they're going to UE. The workforce has evolved, and the Ministry of Labor is evolving with it. We've already begun to have the detailed assessments of the needs for the various sectors. The consultations, the workshops, these roadshows allow for us to truly examine the issues. And we've engaged directly with workers across the country to better understand their challenges. Because when we talk about developing decent work and resilience and just transition, it means creating the best Jamaica for the future generation. What we have learned is that through these engagements, we are seeing a more diverse workforce, a more diverse and dynamic mindset toward work. The traditional model of permanent full-time work is no longer the sole expectation for many workers, especially across the technology sectors. So today, many persons are seeking only to occupy non-traditional roles. They're seeking flexibility. They're seeking independence. They're seeking the ability to navigate their work-life balance. Some of them don't want to work 9 hours. I may want to work 3 hours and achieve the same that you achieve in 9 hours. So this is why we're committed to ensuring the conversation continues around the future of work and that we reflect the reality of that future worker. In line with the commitment around decent work and just transition, we are strengthening our approach to decent work across all sectors. The ILO has said to you and said to me that they pledge their support to Jamaica, technical assistance to develop our decent work country program and to also help us to create this overarching national employment policy. I must tell you, it is essential. It will help to guide our efforts in creating a fair and dignified work opportunity for every Jamaican. Again, I want to applaud the ILO for that support. I must take the time to also acknowledge the Spyro project. And I know that some of you are saying, Spyro, what is Spyro? Does anybody outside of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security know what Spyro is? Any hand? Not working at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Anybody? I give you $20. You know, you see, that's why some of you can't make no money, you know. Every nickel Make a muckle. Suppose I say in 20 US. You see, you just lost. That's a good lunch. Spyro is the social protection for increased resilience and opportunity project. That project is going to transform the landscape of social security and impact labor as well in Jamaica. It's a $20 million US World Bank supported project, which has within its facets what you really call transformation, streamlining of efficiency, and ensuring that we create and upgrade our platforms. We launched the project recently, and we had a launch also November 20th, I think it was, yes, of the project, where we rolled out an upgraded electronic platform for skill matching, helping to address the labor supply issues and the skill gaps issues. And what we did, Pastor, is through that electronic platform, it ensures that the workers are equipped with the proficiencies that they need for the jobs that are coming tomorrow. It's critical. So in Jamaica, we are truly putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. But none of it is going to be possible and could be possible without collaboration. We need our friends at the ILO. We need to collaborate across the Caribbean. We need to make sure that we're working together. The Jamaica Just Transition Project is a partnership between the ILO, the UNDP as well, and local stakeholders. And I want to take the time again to just say that this partnership is genuine. When you listen to the representatives, you don't get the impression, you know that they genuinely want the best for Jamaica. And I want you to know that I appreciate that commitment. It's invaluable support. The 2-year implementation period ahead will bring tangible benefits, and I'm sure that with all hands on deck, it will be successful. But let me just wind down by saying, what are we looking forward to ahead of us? We're proud to say that we have our job fair tomorrow, so we're looking forward to hundreds of new prospective employees who will be able, with their skills, to be matched with the right opportunity. On-the-spot interviews, that's what we want in order for them to create the pathway towards their success. But this is just one step towards the transformation that we envision. And so the Roadshow won't be a one-time event. As I said, in Manchester, we will be there in February 26th of next year. So get ready, be prepared. The journey for us to become truly resilient, the journey for us to become truly sustainable must require us to be determined to push through barriers. What I find is sometimes when we hit a barrier, our hands fall. Barriers are only opportunities for us to jump higher, to push, and to be stronger. And that's what Jamaica is about. So let us all make the commitment to being sustainable. Let's make the commitment to create sustainable jobs, to create the green economy, and a future that works for not just some, but every Jamaican. Today, as I close, I want to call on all of us, whether we are workers, employers, policymakers, whether you are here in St. Ann or in the best parish in the country. I didn't say any name. Let us be the change that we seek. Let us build up the country. If we want a better Jamaica, who does it start with? That's the reality. I want a better Jamaica, so I've committed my life for the last 8 years to not just talking, but to taking action, sacrificing my time, sacrificing my energy and effort for the country. Myself and Dr. Dunn continue to be committed to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Together as a leadership, we make the commitment to ensure that Jamaica will be fair, will be just, and will be stronger as we transition to protect and promote equity across the labor force. Thank you very much. May God bless Jamaica.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again for our Honorable Minister, Colonel Charles Jr., our Minister of Labor and Social Security. Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, if we get it right now, we get it right for the next generation through fairness, equity, advancing the protection, and of course, doing whatever is necessary to ensure that no one is left behind, with swift and decisive intervention, because the time is right now. Because we are living in the most climate vulnerable region, as Dr. Musa Bayana did say earlier on in his speech. I see I got it right, sir? Dr. Musa Bayana. Indeed, we do have a part to play, all of us. And I really want to say thank you so much to the Minister for being so direct and truthful about the changing labor market landscape right now, where everybody is just trying to figure out the best way in which they can actually support their families. And the fact is that as the world continues to turn and our climate condition continues to truthfully worsen, we have to make the adjustments necessary for our people, because this journey, as he says, requires us to push beyond the barriers, and there are barriers. But as we know, with challenges, there produces opportunities. So we say thank you again, Minister, for your presentation. Much to take away, and we indeed are grateful for your presence here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the part of the program where we have the ILO MLSS pinning ceremony. And so at this time, I invite Miss Marissa Shepherd of the ILO to come forward for this portion of the proceedings. Please make her welcome. And don't worry, we have, of course, we're going to make sure that your work permit is good to go before the end of this event. And we have homes here just for you, and, your team and your family will be well taken care of, okay? Okay, you're welcome.
Good morning, Jamaica. I could get it just a little bit louder. Good morning, Jamaica. Thank you. So I will say all protocols observed at this point in time to save us some time. At this juncture, we would like to recognize our collaborative National Steering Committee for this Just Transition project. We would like to have our official pinning of the representatives from the institutions that have agreed to be part and support the steering committee and the project over the next 2 years. So at this time, I would like to start by calling our first representative from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Ms. Gillian Carodas, Divisional Director, Industrial Relations and Allied Services, to the stage. She is being pinned by the project program assistant, Ms. Kalima Boxell from the International Labour Organization Office of the Caribbean. Ms. Carodas, we would ask you to remain on the stage. Next, we would like to ask our constituent partner from the Jamaica Employers Federation, Ms. Benita Locke. Welcome, Ms. Luck. From the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, Mr. Shamir Brown, Second Vice President. From the University of the West Indies Global Affairs Mona Campus, Pro Vice Chancellor, Ms. Sandra Maynard. Oh, well, you're tall enough. And at this time, we will recognize those institutions that were unable to be here with us today but have committed to being part of the steering committee. The Planning Institute of Jamaica, the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, Staten, and the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation will all have members as part of this national steering committee. We would like to invite the Honorable Ministers, Bernal Charles Jr., Dr. Dunn, and ILO Director, Dr. Musa Bayana, and P.S. Jennings on the stage for photos, please. The flag is more important, no? A round of applause for this National Steering Committee.
Thank you so much, Miss Marissa, for officiating that pinning ceremony. And just now when they were taking the pictures, and Dr. Dunn was trying to find somewhere to stand. You know, we were like, you know when you go to photo shops in Jamaica, photo studios in Jamaica, or you're taking like a graduation picture, it's the shorter ones to the front, taller ones to the back. I was like, wow, Miss Locke and, Dr. Dunn may have to go to the front, Hey, there's a space for us at any height, right? And, I added a couple of inches. I'm 5'5.5". I'm a shorty as well. Trust me, I am. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this event is also about the next generation. And we have some individuals here representing their high schools, Northgate High School. Can I hear you? You're supposed to be like, woo! Brownstown Community College is here? Okay. And Discovery Bay High School, they're also here? Discovery Bay, come, we're in your place. Let's go again. Discovery Bay High School. Okay, it's a little bit better. We'll take it. We'll take what we can get. Thank you so much for being here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite Ms. Jillian Carrodos to come forward to make the vote of thanks, as I always do with most events, and especially at an event like this where there's a job fair tomorrow, the only way that the word gets out is if we spread it. We have to spread it. We have to be like, of course, the Honorable Minister who says he's an old fridge and he can't keep anything. So we have to make sure that we're releasing this information. So at this time, because we're all on social media in some way, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Who's on Twitter? Anybody here on Twitter? Okay. TikTok. Minister's on TikTok? Ah, okay. So we're going to take out our phones at this time, and we're going to take a picture of us being here. We're going to take a selfie beside the person that we're seated beside. I know it sounds crazy, but this is the time that we're living in. You hear Minister say we're talking about working 9 to 5 or being an influencer? We're being an influencer at this time. Come on. Take your phones out right now, please. Let's snap the picture. We're going to give you some hashtags so we can track what's happening online and we can spread the word of the job fair. Yes, a big picture with everybody. There we go. Minister's going to do this one, right? I believe Ellen DeGeneres did one, the largest selfie at the Oscars, and he's going to try his hand at this one. Can everybody put their heads in the picture, please? Sir, the camera needs to be clean, sir. The camera is a little foggy. Right, okay. Okay, here we go. There we go. Yes, take your pictures. And we're going to use the hashtag, which is a number sign for those of us who don't know what the hashtag is. You're going to number sign MLSS Roadshow. Yes. Or MLSS on the go. And there is also Jamaica Transition, or Jamaica Just Transition. That's the other hashtag. Jamaica Just Transition. It's important that we spread the word far and wide. And we also spread that you were here today. You gave us your time and your energy and your participation. And also make sure that you tell people that tomorrow right here, we have the job fair. Okay? Yes? Okay, awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to invite at this time Ms. Jillian Carrodos to come forward. She's going to be giving us the vote of thanks as we wrap things up here. She is the Divisional Director, Industrial Relations and Allied Services at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And as was pointed out to us earlier on by Dr. Dunn, one of the hardest working women around town. Please put your hands together for her, please.
May I speak in patois? Jamaica Just Transition. Can we repeat that? Jamaica Just Transition. Minister, I join you in owning this parish. Ladies and gentlemen, students, viewers online, On behalf of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, I take great pleasure in moving this vote of thanks to the people like you that have and continue to define and redefine work in Jamaica. Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., your vision of labor in Jamaica, taking the services to the people through the MLSS On The Go and the Labor Talks Roadshow has certainly created that connection with the people. We embrace the vision and thank you. Dr. Johnny Musa Bayana, thank you for believing in Jamaica and to extending the continuous support of the International Labour Organization. And again, I say, Jamaica just transition. Every good chief, I didn't say from Zimbabwe, but every good chief is supported by a committee team. And again, I take the opportunity to ask the entire mission of the International Labour Organization to stand and be recognized. I believe this is the largest mission that Jamaica has received in its history. Thank you. Parish officials, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Cordell Wickham, thank you for your warm welcome. And of course, there is no other place that you would have wanted us to launch Just Transition. Thank you for opening the Garden of St. Anne. This Just Transition project will alter the lives of every single Jamaican. It creates a nexus between employers, workers, economic activity, and a strong focus on environmental preservation. Our tripartite, therefore, the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, represented by Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, and also Vice President of the Jamaica Employees Federation, Ms. Bernita Locke, we together as institutions make Jamaica better. We acknowledge strong partnerships also from other government ministries, departments, agencies present physically, and those joining us online. We commend the newly minted steering committee that had their inaugural meeting just yesterday. When I say yesterday, Monday. You see, everything, when you're having fun, time flies. Monday. Just Transition, as a project, will allow you as members of the steering committee to make your sterling contribution to Jamaica's advancement and, as we say, sustainable development. Dr. Candy Isaacs, please stand. You epitomize an inclusive world of work. We thank you for your continued commitment to Jamaica and to persons with disabilities. Pastor Daniels, we're a praying nation. And in everything, we start and end with God's blessings. And we thank you for journeying right across the parishes to be here with us in St. Anne. Mellow FM, JIS, Clear Sound, the Holiday Haven, Condo Resort, and all service suppliers. Without your dedication and commitment, even in the wee hours of this morning, we had a trailer in here, and we had our suppliers in here. We were here till about 2 a.m. Without you and your commitment to Jamaica, this would not be possible. To you who are sitting in here, to you online, I pause to recognize your participation for believing in the services of this Ministry of Labor. And we also are inclusive. I now take the opportunity to salute the MLSS team, Ministry of Labor and Social Security team, and I now take the opportunity to bring to the forefront that this exceptional team is led by Acting Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Diane White-Jennings. Please stand. I also invite the rest of the Team MLSS, be acknowledged. Please stand. We, at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, are enormously indebted to this team. This team keeps the light shining. This team keeps in focus the rights of employers, the rights of workers. And they serve all Jamaica. They provide all labor services right across the length and breadth of Jamaica, industrial relations and allied services. We salute you. Keep putting this beautiful island first. Ladies and gentlemen, you too have made history today. You too are part of labor relations history in Jamaica. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, Ms. Gillian Corodos, for giving us the vote of thanks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up, we promised you that it would not be the last time that we would see or hear from her today. So, as we conclude the morning ceremony, the opening ceremony and launch, we invite back to the stage Dr. Camelia Candy Isaacs to do another presentation for us. Please make her welcome.
After all that has been said and done, we can proudly declare that we are one Jamaica, never two. We've come a long way, standing in a strong way. One Jamaica, one more year. God's mercy's near, is like a breath of fresh air. So let's send up some praise and Thanksgiving in the atmosphere. Are you ready? We've come a long way, standing in a strong way. We never give up on God, cause him not give up on we. Out of many we are one, one nation, one family. We activate rising faith and joyfully celebrate one Jamaica. This sweet Jamaica where we born and will never grow dim. We will always shine, displaying pure love from the true divine. Yes, we have problems we can solve as we keep looking to the Lord above. One Jamaica, one blessed island, protected by Jehovah's mighty hand. So make we run with the negative, and then we run with the positive. Sing praises to Jah each day, whose mercies extend our way. This is our good place of birth. We're like a paradise here on earth. One love, one day. We've come a long way. We've come a long way. Standing in the strong, strong, strong way. We never give up on God, cause Him now give up on we. Out of many, we are one nation, one family. We activate rising faith and joyfully celebrate one Jamaica. Jamaica is moving to the top now, and we're never gonna stop now. We determine on the track and field with a good and trend that's signed and sealed. Sweet reggae music is a vibe for real, expressing true Jamaican music meal. Cause we are one Jamaica, one blessed country. Our hearts salute, triumphant, proud and free. So make we run with the negative and run with the positive. Sing praises to Jah each day, whose mercies extend our way. This is a we good place of birth. We're like a paradise here on earth. One love, one day. We've come a mighty, 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 mighty long way. Standing in the chang way. We never give up on God, cause Him now give up on we. Out of many, we are one nation, one family. We activate rising faith and joyfully celebrate one Jamaica. We've come a long way. We've come a long way. Out of many, we are one nation, one family. We activate rising faith and joyfully celebrate one Jamaica. So make we run with the negative and run with the positive. Sing praises to Jah each day, whose mercies extend our way. It's a very good place of birth. Paradise here on earth. One love, one day. One love, one day. One day. One day. One love, one day. One Jamaica, never two. God bless you.
Oh my gosh, I don't know about you, but I have goose pimples everywhere. My gosh. I feel like a proud Jamaican. Are there any proud Jamaicans with us today? Candy, oh my gosh, bless you, my sister. Thank you so much for allowing us to walk away feeling so empowered. I don't know about you, but after hearing her sing, I'm like ready for work. Okay, show me where the work is, minister. I'm ready. Let's give me all the work that just give me all the work. I'm ready. Thank you so much, Candy, for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our opening ceremony. This, the launch of the Jamaica Just Transition. As Miss Gillian said, Jamaica Just... Oh, we don't know our patois now? Okay. Jamaica Just Transition. Exactly. That's the word that we're going to be walking away with today. It has been my pleasure being your host for this morning. My name is Debbie Bissoon. As we wrap up, I just want to say that we're going to be having a coffee break at this time. It is to the back of the room, and we have some ushers here. They are around the space here, yes. They're going to be taking our specially invited guest to the coffee break area for them as well. But ladies and gentlemen, please do enjoy the rest of the day. And remember to tell everybody that the job fair is when? When is it? Okay, good. So make sure that they come on down and take advantage of the opportunity. Thanks again to all the presenters, to our honorable ministers, and of course to Dr. Joni Musabayana for being here, and his amazing team at the ILO. Thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of day. Thank you.
And it's a protege, eh? Chronics are where you stay, eh? Okay. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. Who knows, who knows, who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. I provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees, green leaves, yeah. When the rain hits a pot on the roof, herb just a steam pepper pot on the stew. Like it's a dream if you got gratitude. So go tell the regime them can't stop what we do now. Information you think on your own, or else you're a slave to the things that you know. What do you know if you learn every day? So be careful of things where you say.
Testing, testing. Pleasant afternoon, everyone. I hope that you are well refreshed. We're about to resume. Thank you all for your patience. My name is Melissa Manahan, and I'm just filling in because our moderator is being refreshed at this time. She has a busy morning. Okay, so at this time, without further ado, I'm going to invite the presenter for the afternoon, Ms. Michaela Ann Urquhart, Senior Director of Research and Measurement, Jamaica Productivity Center. So could you please let her feel welcome?
Recognizing the Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Minister of State, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Cardell Wickham, representing the Mayor of St. Anne, Mrs. Dion Jennings, Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Dr. Joni Musa Bayana, Director, Office of the ILO Caribbean, Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, Mrs. Bernita Locke, Second Vice President, Jamaica Employers Federation, Mrs. or Miss Jillian Corodos, Divisional Director, Industrial Relations and Allied Services, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, all members of the ILO delegation, executive directors, and members of the MLSS, panelists and speakers, our interim MC and our MC, and all distinguished guests, good afternoon. I hope that I can keep you all awake after lunch. It is an honor for me to be here to discuss a topic that is central to the sustainable development of Jamaica's future, improving productivity. Our conversation today specifically focuses on transformation, adaptation, and resilience. It is a much-needed conversation as we look towards positioning Jamaica for greater productivity and sustainable development. It sounds like a good concept, doesn't it, right? But what does it really mean? Why is it really so important? So I'm going to put the questions to you now. By show of hands, can you tell me if you believe that the skills required for the jobs today will be the same skills that will be needed in 5 years? All right, so I don't see anyone with their hands up. Do you believe that the skills will change? Put it by show of hands. And if you're still just trying to work off lunch and you're undecided? Okay. All right, no problem. So I have a second question for you. How many of you have experienced, whether at school or at work, changes in the way in which you have to work, whether it's through technology, work style, or job expectations over the last maybe 3 to 5 years? Right. So everyone in here is realizing that things are happening and things are happening fast. And I have one final question for you, at least for now. Have you ever thought about how your current job could be automated or transformed by technology in the next few years? By show of hands? Right. So I guess I don't have to explain too hard why this is an important topic. So we all have a sense that things are changing. They're changing rapidly. The question now is, how do we adapt and how do we prepare ourselves for these changes? So we realize that it's not about if we adapt, but how do we adapt quickly and how do we make sure that we thrive as we adapt? Thrive, a word we've heard a lot today, right? So the key, I think, is to improve our productivity. And it is a pleasure for me to be here representing the Jamaica Productivity Center. So I have some slides. I wonder if they would be shown on the screen. All right, in the meantime, that's fine. So the Jamaica Productivity Center is a department within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. We are responsible for promoting improvements of productivity, competitiveness, all in the name of trying to support sustainable development and economic growth so that we can improve the standard of living for our citizens. We do this through a range of activities. The activities are usually specialized in order to help organizations and individuals understand productivity and how they can measure it. So we will help organizations identify opportunities to improve efficiency, reduce waste, and enhance competitiveness. Through customized workshops, we share information on key productivity concepts, tools, and techniques for measuring and improving productivity and encouraging the use of strategies to improve performance while achieving business goals. We also estimate productivity statistics and conduct research to support evidence-based programming and policy that will support national programs and solutions at the firm level. Now that you know a little bit about the Jamaica Productivity Center, you can never say again that you never heard about it, right? How many of you never heard of it before today? All right, so you will never be able to raise your hand again. So before we get into all of the solutions and strategies, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So I want to first clarify what is meant by productivity, what is meant by resilience, and what is meant by the future work. So the first stop, productivity. When we talk about productivity, we're referring to the efficiency with which goods and services are produced. So in other words, how much inputs does it take in order for me to produce a particular good or service? And so when you think about improving productivity, in a simple way, you can think about it as doing more with less. So are we all on the same page as it relates to productivity? Great. So the next step is resilience. When I speak about resilience today, I'm referring to the ability of businesses to adapt to change and recover from disruptions. And we realize that in this rapidly changing world, disruptions are becoming more severe and they're happening at a quicker pace. I'm sure if you think over the last few years, you would have experienced some disruptions. Can anyone, you can just shout it out, any disruptions we would have experienced over the last 5 years? COVID-19, that was too easy. Give me another one. Right, hurricanes, labor strikes, trade disruptions, floods. Those are all disruptions that we are seeing more and more frequently, and they seem to be happening at a more severe pace in many instances. And now for the future work. How many of you say that future work is just about technology? You guys are smart, man. Good. So you're right. While technology is a large component that is driving the future work today, it is not the only thing. When we talk about the future work, we're referring to technology, economic and social, and even other changes that can influence the workplace and affect how organizations and industries run. So when we think about the future work, we're usually looking at 3 areas. We're considering how work is done, who is doing the work, and when or where the work is done. And although we say the future work, is it really the future work? When is the future work? It's no, right? So what we're really looking at is that we're just looking at how the workplace is changing over time and how it's changing even more rapidly. You heard the minister talk about the ball rolling down the hill, right? So it's going fast and faster. It's not a linear change. And so with all these changes happening and with them happening more rapidly, we have to be prepared and we have to be ready if we say our goal is to have sustainable economic growth and productivity improvements. Now, again, before I get into a lot of the changes, I want you to understand where we are now. I can't cover everything right now, but I want to give you a little snapshot of some of the core issues that I think are important for discussion I want to have with you today. So the first thing you might have heard mentioned already is that our unemployment rate in Jamaica has been declining, and it has reached a low of now 4.2% as estimated by Statin for 2024 Q2. However, what we see is that there's still a lot of youth that are not yet involved in employment. So we see that about unemployment for youth is about 20%. And then what we see is that we have about, or let me take that back. So what we have in terms of, we see youth who are not engaged in employment, education, or training is about 20%, right? We see that our labor force participation is about 69%. And so that would mean that there is approximately 650,000 people who are of working age who are not currently working or considered in the labor market. So we don't count them as employed, we don't count them as unemployed. We also recognize that internet penetration in Jamaica is high. There's over 80% of the population, it is estimated, to have access to the internet, with over 70% of Jamaicans being able to use smartphones, right, our cell phones. And this is good news because it means that we have a tool in which we can help people access digital literacy, right? So they can learn over their phones and they can learn with the technology because they have access to it. Now, one thing that is challenging again is that we realize that education, while there are educational advances being made, we still realize that only about 30 to 35% of our population is actually enrolled in tertiary education. And then what you find is that even when you look within the tertiary education, there's still a lack of persons pursuing tertiary education in areas in the practical skills that high growth industries really need, like technology and renewable energy. And on top of that, we see that approximately 50% of persons who are highly educated are emigrating. Now, depending on how you look at it, you might see that as good or you might see it as bad. Now, a positive note is that there has been a growing trend in youth entrepreneurship. How many of you know someone underneath 25 who has started a business at some point? Or is it because you guys don't know anyone under 25 why you're not raising hands? I thought it would have been more hands. All right, so we're actually seeing an increase in the number of persons and young people who are wanting to be entrepreneurs and start businesses. The problem, however, is that the survival rate of these businesses is quite low, right? So you have a lot of industries, a lot of small businesses that are only in business for about 5 years and then they tend to fail. So we need to look at strategies to control this. Another important context, and we're in St. Anne, so we can talk about tourism. We recognize that tourism can contribute to probably around 10% of the GDP. However, we realize that the dependency of our country on a limited amount of products that are oftentimes low value is not where we want to be, and we need to be able to diversify our economy so that we can focus on other areas in creating sustainable jobs. So we can focus more on technology, renewable energy, and agriculture as we look to boost the tourism industry. We have also heard that climate change is a big issue, right? So we want to focus on issues related to climate change and to understand how that can impact our sustainability over time. Our risks are increasing in terms of the type of meteorological, the word's not coming out, storms that we experience and events, floods, storms, and so on that we experience. They're becoming more severe and more frequent. We also see that energy costs remain high. If you look at a lot of trading websites that talk about investment in other countries, like in Canada and the UK, one thing whenever you go on the Jamaican profile for businesses, you always see that the cost of energy is high, right? So it's expensive for energy costs. And so therefore, while our country is looking to shift to more renewable energy sources, it means that this is an opportunity for more jobs in that area, and we need to take advantage of that. And then, of course, if we consider the story of productivity, we know that Jamaica's productivity, or at least by now we probably know, that Jamaica's productivity has been reported as being very low over the last decade, and on average it has been below even many of our Caribbean partners and our trading partners. And so this leaves some concern and some reason for us to be here today talking about how we can improve productivity. So we want to know how is it we can leap forward, right? How do we seize the opportunities? And I'm going to suggest that some of these opportunities can be seized through looking at digital transformation, entrepreneurship, and of course, focusing on the end goal of sustainable development. Today, I'm going to focus on 5 crucial areas I think will help us to build strategies that can help us face the changes that we're seeing, but also take advantages of the opportunities that exist. So it will help us to boost productivity, it will help us to build resilience, and to create a workforce that is equipped to deal with the future of work. So the 5 areas that I'm interested in is adopting to technological change and building a digital-ready workforce. 2, fostering entrepreneurial mindsets and innovation. Agile and inclusive workspaces is 3. Preparing for a green revolution is 4, and strengthening public-private partnerships is number 5. So let's take a look at the first area, and this is adopting to technological change and building a digital-ready workforce. And I will admit that I'm going to spend quite a bit of time, probably most of my time, in this area. And that's because when we think about the future of work now, it is hard for us to talk about it without seeing the impact that technology is having on workplaces. So we see the rise of automation, we see artificial intelligence, we see digital platforms increasing, right? And there are more examples of these things happening. Globally, we recognize that digital transformation and digitalization is revolutionizing the way countries and businesses around the world are doing business, right? So how they're engaging with one another. We see that there is an automation of repetitive tasks to enabling remote work. Thank you. All right, so we see repetitive tasks and work. We expect that these advancements are expected to drive productivity. However, what we see across the world is this kind of strange activity in which as we have more technological advancements, we're actually seeing productivity across the globe actually declining, right? And the question is, why is this happening? So when we look at research, there's research from the German Logistics Association, and they found that a digital tool can help to reduce costs for a firm anywhere from about 8 to 34%, depending on the sector. And then there was another study by Deloitte Insights survey, which notes that companies with higher digital maturity were able to increase their revenue growth by about 45%. And if they had low digital maturity, it would have been probably only about 15%. But what was really crucial to them being able to see these productivity gains was really the complementary strategies that they implemented as they looked towards digitalization and digital transformation. So there was a study by the European Central Bank, and it examined over 2 million European firms. And what they found was that the firms that experienced the larger levels of growth and productivity from digitalization also had supporting systems that were focused more on long-term rather than immediate growth. Another study by that was in the MBER in 2018 would have confirmed that implementation of digital strategies are only as good as the complementary innovations that went along with them. So you have to invest in people, you have to invest in new processes, and you have to invest in new organizational design. Does that make sense? Great, I just want to make sure you're awake. To succeed in the digital economy, we need to make sure that Jamaican workforce is not only digitally literate, but also future ready. And so this means that we have to, while we implement these digital transformations, we have to make sure that the people who are expected to use them actually know how to use them. And it also means that you're giving them the technical skills, but you also now need to work on their transferable skills. So you want to work on their technical skills such as coding, data analytics, cybersecurity, but you also need them to be aware of critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability. And there are examples across the world that we can look to. One that we like to look at is Singapore. Some people hate it, some people love it. But Singapore, they would have had a Skills Future program where they offer lifelong learning opportunities to citizens to be able to improve their digital skills. And we would have seen examples of this happening in Jamaica, and we just needed to keep happening and to be scaled up. Now, we can look at a more sector-specific examples of how digitalization across the globe has actually supported industries in different countries. So we can look at global services, for example, in India. Right now, or maybe, if not today, maybe last year or so, India would have had the largest growing services sector. And the reason why they were able to grow their services sector is because they were able to push their IT sector. And they did this through a big digitalization push, which means that they went through implementation of adopting cloud computing, data and analytics, artificial intelligence, and this would help them with enhanced decision-making and their innovation. And these technologies have not only improved operational efficiency, but have also helped to create personalized customer experience through digital marketing and e-commerce. So through developing their digitalization and IT, they were able to now create a whole customer experience, right? So they're able to use IT, AI, in order to make their customers happy and to create new products. Now, this is something potentially that Jamaica can get involved in. Already we have experiences with BPO. We can now move to more higher value added services, knowledge producing industry, in the knowledge producing industry. We can also look to Germany, right? And Germany, we understand, yes, they have a great manufacturing and very strong industry. But what I want to focus on is their ability to be able to include technology in order so that they could reduce waste and reduce rework. So, for example, by integrating the Internet of Things, sensors in production line, real-time monitoring, and predictive maintenance, they were able to reduce downtime, reduce errors, and improve and increase their productivity. Additionally, they introduced so that you can really just do analysis in the virtual space to see the innovative. So we would also want to create more linkages between organizations and companies. So we'd want to promote knowledge sharing through innovative solutions that can create benefits to be able to thrive, allow the survival, encourage, and promote wellness within the workspace. And it is important to know that when we talk about resilience, resilience is not how we mentioned before about buzzwords. Right? Sustainability seems to be the hottest buzzwords for the few years now, right? But it's not just a buzzword, it is a necessity. And the future work probably needs to be rooted in an understanding of the greening of industries. Now, what do I mean by the greening of industries? That's merely a concept of understanding how we can make industries more sustainable by implementing practices that are not going to abuse our natural resources, that are not going to cause negative effects for persons who would be normally affected by who live in areas that are affected by climate change effects on hurricanes, how we can minimize the impacts on those, how we can utilize renewable energy in order to reduce the cost of running businesses and energy. So the idea is that we need to capitalize on sustainable development. We need to take advantage of what is now being called the green revolution. And of course, we see that we're already making steps in that direction. And then fifth, and I won't necessarily say most importantly, but it is quite important, is for us to strengthen our public-private partnerships. And of course, we welcome our international development partners to be a part of this as well. And it is important for us to have this collaboration across the sectors so that we can drive initiatives, tools, and building a mindset of adaptability and even entrepreneurship. For our partners in academia, You want to make sure that your curriculum is aligned with what's happening in the real world. You want to focus on technical skills and soft skills that will prepare students for the future of work. For the private sector, invest in green technologies and sustainable practices. You will not only help to protect our environment, but you will also create new job opportunities for the Jamaican workforce. And together, I think if we are able to do these things, and there's some other things we can do, but if we focus on even these, we can build a more resilient, productive workforce that is ready for the future. It was said about 10 years ago by John Chambers that at least 40% of all businesses will die in the next 10 years if they don't figure out how to change their entire training in your team. Now, if you would like some of these answers to the training in your team, the question, the Jamaica Productivity Center stands ready to help you. And so you can always feel welcome to reach out to us. And as I close, I just leave you with this one question to reflect on. What role will you play in shaping Jamaica's workforce to be more productive, more resilient, more innovative, and better prepared for the changes of the future? Thank you. Thank you.
Let us have another hand for Michaelan. That was really good. And, you know, in work you double and you triple, and so I'm wearing many hats. So I'm inviting you to indicate whether you have any questions for the Jamaica Productivity Center, Michael and Urquhart. Pronounced properly, right? Urquhart. And as workers, as employers and investors, that is the ultimate goal, to be producing at your optimal efficiency, your highest levels. I see one hand. Question? Is there a mic that can be roved, please, for the Q&A?
Hi, thank you, Michaelan. Let me just say, first of all, love the presentation. My question relates to the Beryl Impact Assessment that was done by the Productivity Center. Was it national in scope, or did it focus on specific parishes and the businesses, the sizes? Were there small, medium, or small, micro, medium?
All right, so thank you for that question. So what the study actually looked at is that we were looking at individual experiences. So we weren't necessarily aiming to capture the experiences of businesses. So we're looking at how people were impacted in terms of like the number of hours of material. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, Miss, thank you.
Thank you as well. Any other questions?
All right, let's have another hand for Michaelan. That was excellent. We learned a lot. And remember, we're not just doing this for one day. So the ministry is always available to answer any questions. The Jamaica Productivity Center is always available to any entity that wants to have a discussion about improving or increasing their productivity levels, and also to make presentations in respect of productivity. All right, so we're having labor talks, and we're going to be talking. And oftentimes you come to these sessions and there's a presenter speaking to you, but do you speak back? We're going to try to do some of that speaking back today. And on the program, we have a couple of areas to be covered, and there is an open mic discussion in respect of labor market supply. Is there a shortage or a skills mismatch? And we're going to be doing that in a slightly different way than we would have done in previous roadshows. So we have shared on screen a Slido QR code, and there are 8 questions that I'm going to ask you to just respond to. And that's the way you're going to be talking back to me in the initial segment. I will speak about the results when you do this quick, rapid survey. And I'm also going to be speaking about what are some of the considerations when we speak about whether there is a supply problem or just a skills mismatch. So, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security is embracing technology. I know I'm bilingual, I speak standard English and patois. Not true? Right, so we are embracing technology. We're asking you to use your devices and participate in this exercise. And we are on the back end checking to see the responses. Okay, you can actually just come in the middle to get a better scan if you are having a difficulty. That's fine. Just use the aisles or stand, whatever gives you a better view of the QR code. Has anyone gotten on? Yes? I know that some of you are using your own internet. Some of you are on the Wi-Fi, so we recognize we might have a little bit of a delay with those on the Wi-Fi, but we are moving forward. Is there anyone having problem getting onto the internet? Yes? Starlink? Is that available? Okay, just doing it. Okay. Let me see the first person who's completed this survey. Pardon me? You want to know the prize first? You have to work and then you get paid. That is a procedure. Pardon me? Minister said that he completed it first. But Minister, you can't get the prize from me though. I should have had a disclaimer to say the Ministry of Labor and Social Security is not eligible for the prize. Social justice. All right, so thank you, Minister. Well, Minister is always leading, right? So, my colleague, Kalima, is actually on the back end of what you are doing, and that's how technology works. So she can actually see the responses. And I invite you to use some of these technology. It's very interesting, and you can actually do a quick poll to see what's happening in your organization if you are an HR or a manager, because it gives you a quick reading of what is happening. is it just a QR code? The Slido number. Some persons are asking just to shift the screen, yeah? Thank you. You're done. Okay, please take her information. We all been done long time. Sorry. Well, you see, when we ask if you're finished and you never did tell us. I think you did, though. You did. Okay. So I've only had 13 people finish. Let's go. I know that some of you are still in the middle. We can see that there's some activity. So I'll wait a little bit. All right, so we can see that a few of you are still responding. So as soon as she's seeing that all clear, I will go through what the responses are. So the first question, at my organization, there is more to do than there are workers. I didn't ask the shout out. But I like the energy in the room because we're going to be talking about some of those things. Okay, so the first question, at my organization, there is more to do than there are workers. And 76% of you in this room answered yes. 24% answered no. So what does that mean in terms of the numbers of workers? It means that what you're saying to us is that in your organization, there may be a need for more workers. Is that so? All right, so we have a mic on the side. And it's a discussion. So I'm saying that 76%, it's now 81%. Somebody has changed my number immediately. So we're saying 82%. Kalima, we need to block them now, eh? No, that's okay. So it's now at 82%. Of you have responded to say that at my organization, there is more to do than there are workers. Does that automatically translate that we need more workers? No. Why? Please, go to the mic. The challenge I have is that this column... Okay. Yes.
Hi, good evening, afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So at my organization, I'm with Total Tools. one of the things that I have clearly recognized is more of a skill gap. So, I mean, on a daily basis, I find myself creating the literal checklist of priorities to then ensure that they effectively are driving in the direction I want. And even with that, they're still making mistakes. And I'm going, wow. You know, there's a 80-20 Pareto principle. And we have been really looking at that because we identify, therefore, if you know that only 20% are producing the 80%, why not, therefore, pour your energies, incentives, training behind the 20, expand their capacities? They will daily come and be more effective than the 80%ers. So we're doing a lot of restructuring around that principle. So if I have two people in the same role, and I pay each of them $200,000, but one is 80% effective and one is 20, I would prefer to pay the 80%er $250,000 and get rid of the second one. So I need to build their capacity.
So what you're saying to us is that you have recognized that the number of workers may not make that difference. It is the quality of the work that they're able to do.
Yes.
All right, so thank you very much for that total tools. And if there's any other burning comment, I'll take it. If not, we are now at 83% of you agreeing that there is more to do than there are workers in the organization that you work. And what it also points to is that there has to be a conversation in terms of how do we use digital technology where possible to do some of these routine tasks. Have we really looked at our business processes? Think about it. Are they the same as they were last year, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Have we really changed our business processes? Is it that changing our business processes and embracing the use of technology will give us better results? And another question comes to my mind, is it that persons are moving away from work in that kind of industry or that kind of occupation? It is something that we will continue to study as we're looking at this conversation of a supply problem or a skill mismatch. All right, so I'll move on to the second question. In my organization, workers normally serve longer than 1 year, 10 years, 5 years, under 1 year, and the results. 44% said longer than 1 year. Only 12% said under 1 year. So it means that quite a number of persons spend at least a year. That's what you're saying. The result for 5 years, 16% of you said they spend about 5 years. 28% of you said that they spend 10 years. So we're having 44% of your responses saying that they spend just over a year. And I see some young persons. Well, I say young because they're a little bit younger than I am, because I'm quite young still. Wouldn't you say that, Carlton? He was the previous regional director of this region in the Ministry of Labour. Please stand, Carlton Gordon. How long did you spend in the Ministry of Labour, Carlton? Pardon me? 24 years. And I'm throwing that question out. Are we going to be seeing the Gen Zs working 24 years in one organization? Please, go ahead. And the media is taking the microphone now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. As you mentioned, Gen Zs, I believe significantly they are very lazy. No, let me finish. They want everything to given to them with the highest value without working for it. And this is why I'm saying this. Okay, I happened to lecture at UTech a couple of years ago, and they asked me to create a curriculum. And when I created a curriculum for them, they said, I said to them, do you understand why I create this curriculum for you? They said, no, you're just supposed to create what is in the book. I said, no, what's in the book is what is in the book, which was written years ago by somebody's opinion. That may be true at that time, but what is happening now may not be associated with the book. So let me change it this way. I was teaching people that was in the working world. I said, bring your problems from your work. Let's work on it and solve the problem, and you go back and your work look like stars. 3 weeks of that program, a lady she was working at Cable and Wireless at the time. It was Cable and Wireless at the time. She said she's offered me a job in securities. And she told me all the perks, cars, everything and so forth. I asked her, how long do you think I'm going to keep that job? She said, but I give you a car, I give you a house, and I give you this amount of remuneration. I said, I am teaching you. I'm not going to answer to you. You're going to look good, but I want your job to make the decision. I'm not going to settle for you to tell me what to do. And as I think about it, I should rescind the offer. I said, smart girl. What I am teaching you is for you to use to make changes in your organization, to make it better with what is happening now. So you have to understand, they need to think about what is in their environment now, utilize whatever is there, and make it an improvement for the future generation. That's what it is all about. That's what everybody's supposed to be thinking. What is in the book, it may be right or may be wrong, but it is somebody else's opinion from then. This is now. Apply what is happening now to make it work for the future. That's my point.
All right. Some very, very, very strong points made out. And you spoke about the fact that you believe that the very strong point, the Gen Zs are lazy. And let me speak about that, because it is something that we speak in small spaces, but I think it needs to be on the big mic. And we have to look at whether it is a lazy, or is it that it's a different way of working? And I say it in this way. I notice this topic normally does this, that you want to speak to your neighbor. What I recognize is that when you speak to the cohort that we call Gen Z, and that's why I'm happy that some of you are in this room, they say they do not understand why we do things the way we do it. Because with the way that they think and with the way that they have embraced technology, they feel it's a backward step the way certain things are done. And perhaps we have to look at how do we engage with the younger generation of workers. The way you lead that generation, cohort of workers, cannot be, the Gen Zs, cannot be the same way you're going to be leading a Gen X, which is myself. It's not going to be the same way to lead a Gen Y. And I think some people are saying, who's Gen X and who's Gen Y and who's Gen Z? That's your homework. And when you have an organization, we have to look to see whether our organization is actually a fertile ground for persons and the best talent to want to join and to stay. when we speak about this, we have to look at how do we make decisions in our organization? Do we have committees that are all Gen X's trying to make decisions for the Gen X, the Gen Y, and the Gen Z? Have we thought about looking at the composition of these strategic committees, the strategic decision-making meetings? Because the views of the generations ought to be represented. Is there anybody in disagreement? I'm seeing a thumbs up right in front of me. And what we think is the correct approach may be viewed from different lenses, and I'm not speaking on a moral level. But for instance, the COVID-19 pandemic would have pushed most organizations online. And in my opinion, if you look at, for instance, Jamaica, our reduction in unemployment came at a time when we had more online flexible work arrangements. This is probably something that we need to probe a little bit more. Because while we are still at quote-unquote historic low, we're recognizing that as more people have gone into physical attendance at work, there has been a slight shift in the number of persons that are now in the workforce in terms of the impact on unemployment. So is it that we have to rethink our organizations? We have to look at what services that the organization provides that can be fully in person, fully online, or a hybrid of a virtual as well as face-to-face delivery. And if you look at the financial sector, for instance, you're seeing the banks putting more technology into their business processes. You're seeing more machines rather than physical bank tellers, customer service representatives. And we need to look at a model to see whether or not in our industry, it's going to be different for all industries, but what portion of our critical services are necessarily delivered in person or those that can become more hybrid. All right, so we're seeing that people are not staying as long as they would have stayed. For instance, my friend Carlton, he worked 24 years. I don't know that the people on my extreme right would want to be working 24 years. I've been making thought-provoking comments. Is there anybody from the Gen Z that wants to take the microphone? They are trying to find a representative. And she's coming. So you recognize that the Ministry of Labor recognizes all generations, and that is why we have the cohort in here that we have. We have the Gen X, Gen Y, and the Gen Zs. Because we oftentimes speak about the Gen Zs, but not invite them to be part of the conversation.
Okay, good afternoon. I think that me staying in one company for so long, I think it would depend on many different factors, like how I'm treated there, how the company as a whole treats the person that they're dealing with, the customers, and also if it's a place where I think that I thrive as a person, it's a place that helps to cultivate me and accepts my innovative ideas. If it's a place like that, then it's a place that I can see that I would stay for 20 odd years. But if not, then I would have to leave.
All right, well said. And it is very obvious. Thank you very much. Let's have a hand for her. Well said. And it is very obvious, and I know that we have many employers, managers, supervisors in the room. It is obvious that what she's saying is that the organization's growth is extremely important. But as a worker, her growth and development must be equally valued. And I said equally. All right, so the other question says, on average, how long does it take your organization to fill vacancies? And the response is 36%. 36% said. 36% said 1 year or more. That's a big question mark. 1 year or more. So what that means is that we have to look on both sides. What is the process that the organization is using? What process is that organization using? Are they looking, employers, I'm speaking to you, are you looking for the right workers in the wrong place? Have you identified clearly the talent that you're trying to find? What are the partnerships that you have developed to find that talent? Learning institutions. And that is why we've invited the schools to come. Because on the other side, the flip side, I could say other things, but on the flip side, are we making the connections, the school to work connections? Today, we have volunteers from the Heart NSTA hospitality program. They are actually here on an internship so that they can get some experience because they will be graduating and working in spaces like this. Oftentimes, persons say, but we need experienced waiters, waitresses. But the job seeker says, how do I get the experience if I'm not given an opportunity? And perhaps more organizations need to encourage volunteerism, volunteers, and internship. And so too, I'm giving a charge to educational institutions to have these kinds of arrangements. And the ministry did that just today, because we had an arrangement with the Heart NSTA so that some of their trainees could actually assist you at lunch today. So that is part of their experience that has assisted them in their CVs today. Their resume will look different today than it was yesterday. All right, so we have 36% saying 1 year or more. Very concerning. 32% saying 3 months. So I'm seeing that 68% of you in total are saying that it's taking between 3 months to more than a year to fill the vacancies. So we need to explore the power of partnerships, internships, volunteer opportunities. Look at your partners. see how you can actually get advantages from those partnerships. All right, so question, do you live within a 10 miles radius of your place of work? How many said yes? 76% of you said yes. 76% of you said yes. So what does this mean? It is good that you live within a 10 miles radius of work. But this is also probably something that we have to look at. Are people just looking within their immediate circles for a job and not looking at the wider opportunities to get work? Anybody wants to comment on that? So we advertise that we're having a regional roadshow. There are persons all over Jamaica that wants to work in some of the sectors that we will have jobs. But sometimes, because we say it's for a particular region, they feel, oh, I don't live there, I can't come there. But let's think about it. Those persons will be happy to go to the airport and find a job overseas. Yes? We have to look at sometimes not just migrating internationally, but is there an opportunity to move outside of our geographical space to get a better opportunity? All right, so I'm putting that out there. All right, next question. Have you had access to training within the last year? How many people said yes? This is very encouraging. 72% of the persons said yes, only 28% said no. And when I said so, I saw somebody from the Ministry of Labor with their hand high in the sky. So that means the Ministry of Labor is giving training to its workers. And I just want to commend the ministry because there are persons learning things that you would not normally go to school for. They're learning sign language. They're learning Spanish. They're learning Mandarin. And I must confess that I started Mandarin, so I know ni men hao. But please don't ask me anything further. So I am not a good example. You need to finish that which you have started. Right? So we have to be able to communicate, and it is very encouraging to see that organizations are giving opportunities for training to address the skills mismatch. All right. Is this my last question? Maybe. Is there anyone in your household that has been seeking a job for more than 6 months? What is the result of this one? 88% of the person said yes. So in your households, you're saying that there is at least one person that has been seeking a job for more than 6 months. It means, therefore, that we will have to look at the connections between, for instance, us in the Ministry of Labor. We have to look at the connections between social protection and our social workers, because they would find these people, and also do more to get them into employment with the connections with labor. And in your own household, you have now information that you can share with your persons, and you're going to tell them that the Ministry of Labor has a placement opportunity. And how do they get connected? Anybody who tells me that no ILO person, because your ILO is now Ministry of Labor. No MLSS person. How do you get connected to a job through the Ministry of Labor? No. Take a microphone. There's only one microphone. Anybody? Somebody? I want somebody. Anybody? Gentleman over there, you're coming? He says he's brushing off his shoes. Anybody? Somebody? How do you contact the ministry's placement services? Minister, you have to change your name, obviously. Anybody? I want it at the microphone. And make sure you're correct, because I really want you to be correct.
Is it www.
Hold on. Calm down. Because I want you to be correct. www. Take it from there.
mlss.gov.jm. I tried. mlis.gov.
Hold on. Can she give two answers?
It's just a slip of the tongue. That happens sometimes.
All right, so come forward again.
So it's www.mlis.gov.
All right, we can't give it to you. Who is going to come forward with the correct answer? And listen to me, you can't leave this roadshow and not know. Come on over. All right, come lady in the back, in the black.
It's www.lmis.gov.jm.
Come on over here, man. Minister, come and give her a basket for me, no? Thank you very much, Minister. They're going to bring the basket. Come up on this stage, my dear. You are now an ambassador of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Come in the middle, man. It pays to come to the Ministry of Labor's roadshows. You never know what might happen to you. Go in the middle.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, it's heavy. And she says, oh, it is heavy. The Ministry of Labor is a heavyweight, you know. So we make sure that in everything we do, you feel the heavy weight of the ministry. All right. So what is the highest level of training within your household? So we heard persons saying that it was taking more than 6 months for persons in their household to find a job. What is the highest level of training? 40% said what? I am kind of happy that you can't see the screen. That I'm the only one seeing it. 40% said. 40% said degree. So what this might mean is that we have a lot of persons with degrees at home sitting and no job. We have to find a way that people come out, get involved, volunteer, do some internship work. Is there anybody agreeing with me in here? So we have to close the gap where persons believe that, oh, I can't get a job, so I'm just going to stay home, and have more persons actively involved in work. Whether paid or unpaid, because unpaid work, I have told persons, gives you a lot more experience than you know. All right, so I'm going to be moving quickly through. So 32% said the highest level of training in the household is a postgraduate. So that means 72% of you are telling us that the majority of persons in your household, well, the highest level of certification in your household is either degree or postgraduate training. We have a lot of educated people in Jamaica. We have to see how we get more of this engagement in the world of work in Jamaica. 20% had secondary education as the highest, and 8% said that they had the highest as heart or other skill-based training. 8% is worrying as well, because we need to have more people with the skills. Skilled workers. We need to have more people registering in our TVET programs, right? STEM programs. And in terms of being below secondary education, what was the result for that? The question was, what is the highest level of training within your household? Did anybody say below secondary? 0. Jamaica is not doing too bad. So you're all saying that everybody in your household who is of working age has a minimum of a secondary level education. That's good, right? And we had an option, not sure, and there was 0, which means that you know what they have, right? So, do you think you are adequately trained for the job you perform? 84%. And we have to do a lot more with this. So that takes us to the end of the Slido questions. And I'm going to be wrapping this segment now to say that, do we have a labor supply problem? Or do we have a mismatch? It appears that there is a mismatch. There might be a supply problem, yes, but it's more of a mismatch. We have to get persons in the right space. We have to get employers connected to the right spaces to find the right talent and to have the right training themselves to identify the talent that they need. All right, so thank you very much for that assistance, Kalima. And I am sure that we will have more questions coming from that. We have 2 quick areas that I'm going to discuss. And the second issue has to do with essentials for employment contracts. And I just want to say that an employment contract can be verbal or in writing. And it is recommended that it is in writing. There are certain key things that ought to be covered in employment contracts. The onboarding exercise, we find that a lot of workers oftentimes do not even have a job description. We have to recognize that for a worker to be able to perform at their optimal, they should know what is the minimum expectation in that role and what does that role, the scope that role covers. The performance measures should be clearly articulated, and in our employment contracts, we oftentimes do not have anything that speaks to how performance is managed. That is something that is normally in the employee manual. But do you think we should bring that up front? Perhaps we need to, because we cannot expect that all workers are going to be reading these manuals to find out how their performance is going to be evaluated. And therefore, that is why there is sometimes a disconnect between the expectation of the employer and the performance of the worker. Now, as it relates to the retention of workers, the employment contract is very important. In Jamaican labor laws, there are certain minimum requirements in terms of the benefits of a worker. And when I say benefits, I use that term loosely. What does the Holiday with Pay Act say? It says, and I'm paraphrasing, that every Jamaican worker is entitled to holidays with pay. Does it say that? We're still hearing persons that are on fixed-term contracts saying that, oh, they are not entitled to vacation leave, they're not entitled to sick leave. What it does say is how you qualify to take sick leave with pay, for instance, or how do you qualify to take vacation leave. However, every single contract should give that minimum standard. In terms of employee retention, how are we dealing with the flexibilities that I was referring to earlier? Workers have a different way in which they want to work. Are we embracing that in our contracting? And I've been using the term engagement contracts rather than employment contracts. Why am I using that term? There are some people that do not want to be an employee. They would want to be able to provide their services as part of a contract for service. So, for instance, we have in Jamaica people who are certified electricians, plumbers. Do they want to work with your organization? No. They would want to take a particular job on a particular contract. Once they are finished that contract, they can move on to somewhere else. Or they can have multiple contracts. Have we thought about whether that model will work? I do know that there are sometimes firms that say, oh, we need to bring in a particular skill set. We may need a work permit. But is it that that work permit holder is coming as an employee, or is it that they are also taking a fixed-term contract to do that same work? So we have to look to see, one, if the skill sets are here, because we do have Jamaican workers, as they say, they are staying local and working global. Lots of Jamaican workers are here physically, but they do work for foreign companies. The borders have been removed. How are we responding in terms of our organizations? Have we recognized the removal of some of these global borders? For instance, in Canada, there is a nomad visa. What does that mean? You can actually stay in your country physically, but you work with an organization in that country. We have to look at the changes that are happening globally in what we're calling the future of work. So in terms of contracts, we have to look at whether these contracts are flexible enough to engage talent that we're really trying to find. The scope for work-life balance. Let us look at safety and health. Are these covered in our contracts? What about, when I say health, we sometimes think about physical health. What about mental health? In the break, I was on a session with one of our trade unions on the island speaking about mental health. Do we have any provisions in our organizations to look at the whole health of the worker? Are our employment contracts giving any support in terms of that holistic health of workers? And I oftentimes say, autistic children become your workers of tomorrow. Do organizations have a mechanism to address those things? All right, I'm going rapidly through. Your employment contracts, do you have a mechanism for dispute resolution? I'm sure if I ask, do you have mechanism for this resolution, almost every company puts their hand up. But you know what many of these say? Persons can be terminated with immediate effect. Is that correct? No. And we keep saying that even when the worker signs that contract 100 times, it doesn't make that contract correct. Because an employee, a worker, cannot contract him or herself outside of the law. And in Jamaican law, there is something that we call, what we call it? Who is saying that? You're working with the Ministry of Labor. I can't help you. But she's a regional director for down here. So it is called due process, right? And what we're saying is that there should be some mechanism that is known to the worker. Also, the protocols for termination. And that leads me to what is on your program in terms of the pitfalls in employment termination. And I'm going to be wrapping quickly because we have a very important panel discussion. All right, so pitfalls in employment termination. What are we finding as the Ministry of Labor? We are finding that oftentimes persons have letters that say, dear such and such, you have been terminated with immediate effect. And it goes on to say, we wish you all the best in your future endeavor. And I oftentimes say, it seems all of these HRs went to the same school. Right, Carlton? Because they all write the same letter. And I said to somebody that my job is very easy. I can see 60 different cases in one day, like review it. Because in almost 28 years, you know what you're looking for, right? And I said to somebody that works very close to me, I can almost, once they say with immediate effect, I take those aside. Because I know that that already poses a problem. So I sort my desk quickly because you have to have a strategy. After 27 years, you must have a strategy, right? And that is how we can get through some of these faster. And what I'm saying today is that when the Ministry of Labor and Social Security invites you to a discussion to discuss a dispute on the grounds of unjustifiable dismissal that has been brought to it, you are expected to turn up. You are expected to participate. Because there is a false notion that the Ministry of Labor protects workers. And I say false because the Ministry of Labor protects both the employer and the workers' rights. And the ministry has a vested interest in ensuring that there is industrial harmony. And therefore, when we write to employers to say, come forward, there is a matter that has been reported, it means the ministry is offering you assistance so that you can restore that harmonious relationship. And I'm just using this to encourage all workers. We've been seeing quite a bit of tension in our hotel sector, and we're encouraging all workers to recognize that internal communication and discussion most times settles those concerns and disputes. The picket line doesn't settle an industrial dispute. You have to return to cordial discussions. And in the same breath, employers should establish those open lines of communication as outlined in the Labor Relations Code of 1976. It now gives me the opportunity to ask the ushers to hand out a free copy of our Labor Relations Code of 1976. And while that is being done, I will quickly say that when you talk about termination, employers normally call the ministry to say, how much do I pay the worker that I'm terminating? And I've asked the officers not to answer that question in that particular way. Because for a termination to be justifiable, the reason that the person is being terminated must stand scrutiny. The manner in which they are being terminated must follow due process. And when you get this book, Section 22 will help you. It must follow due process. And number 3, any money or payment that is due to the worker must be correctly computed. So there are 3 things. The reason must be stated and can stand scrutiny and be lawful. The manner in which they are terminated must follow due process. And 3, the payment that is due to that worker must be computed correctly. And when we talk about due process, if there is a disciplinary matter, the charge against the worker must be in writing. The worker should have a chance, and this is in your Section 22, the worker should have a chance to respond, or as the book says, confront the accuser. The worker should have a right to representation. The worker should be also given the right to call witnesses. And finally, the worker should have a right to an... Who said that? I didn't hear you. Appeal. Come forward, my dear. You win again. And that leads me to the end of my presentation. I thank you very much. You see why you must participate in the ministry's things? Mrs. Jennings, do you want to hand this one out? I hate to break you from your conversation. What is your name, there? Tanika Brown, and she's from the Grand Baha'i Principe. All right, thank you very much for listening. And as I'm supposed to do, are there any questions? I see no questions. So therefore, we can move to... You have one question? All right, so I'll take 1 or 2 questions, and then we move to the other and closing item on our program. Very interesting. And it is being recorded so that we can have this replayed. All right, so there are no questions. I am going to, at this time, invite the final panel, and they're going to be discussing jobs in the eye of the storm. A just transition for Jamaica. And this panel discussion will be moderated by the ILO's Marissa Shepherd. Marissa, can we put our hands together while Ms. Shepherd makes her way? This is the Pass the Mic series. We're also going to be inviting Miss Bernita Locke from the Jamaica Employers Federation to join on, I'm about to say on set. Can I say that? On stage. And also Mr. Shamir Brown, who is a vice president of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. Mr. Brown? And our own Miss Donette Helps. She's a regional director, let's hear for her, of this region in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. One of our hard-working officers. She's only 22, but she has worked for 21 years, I'm sure. And at this time, Mike, I'll hand over to moderator. Put your hand together for them.
Good afternoon once again, Jamaica. How is everyone doing this afternoon? Yeah? So everyone is well fed and very excited. I am all that stands between you all and going home. I apologize. But today we have a very interesting discussion. It's where our focus, as Janelle mentioned, jobs in the eye of the storm, a just transition for Jamaica. We have our panelists, Ms. Bonita Locke, representing Jeff, Shamir Brown, representing the JCTU, and Ms. Helps, representing the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. This discussion will explore the social protection landscape in Jamaica and transitions to the green economy. At this time, it is crucial to ensure that the shift does not exacerbate existing inequalities in Jamaica or create new ones. Effective social protection measures are essential to support workers, communities, and businesses through this transition. Before we begin, I am just going to open the floor to the panelists. Each panelist will have 3 to 5 minutes just to give some opening remarks on the topic, and then we will move into questions and answers. So I invite first Ms. Bonita Locke, who does not like to have the last word, as she did in the last session, to open for us today. 3 to 5 minutes just on social protection and Jamaica's current situation as it relates to just transition.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I hope you had a wonderful day, and I hope your mind is not getting ready to go home, but for us to talk about this animal that is called just transition, that the ILO has been working assiduously with us on. Risa has just completed one set in October where she worked me to death. And I'm here again with them working. I believe that the reward for hard work is more work, as it is said. And as employers, we often encourage our members to ensure that we do it right for all our employees. This just transition requires a lot of education, and we have started the process. We have our meetings, and we speak about what we learn. Fortunately, we tell them the right thing, and we share the information that the ILO has shared with us. It has implications for workers, and we are highly supported by the Ministry of Labor and the ILO. So we are on board as a federation with this. One of the areas that we're working in is with the other organizations, such as the private sector organization, other ministries, agencies, and departments that attend our sessions. Those are my few words.
Thank you. I now ask Ms. Help to give her opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am representing here the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, I'm also the regional director, in particular for St. Anne, St. Mary, and Portland. The Ministry of Labor, as you know, we are the power ministry that actually deals with social protection programs, both for our workers and also the nation on a whole. So we have partnered with the International Labour Organization to ensure that we are able to put our workers where they need to be in order to transition to the changes that is actually taking place in the global space and in our nation. The fact of the matter is, this morning, when I even woke up, we saw that the weather would have been, the forecast was saying that it was going to rain and we're under a tropical warning. This is how unpredictable our weather here is in Jamaica, and I'm sure in other parts of the world. And when we look at the beginning of the year, we were experiencing a lot of drought. And then after the drought, we're just having a whole lot of weather conditions, hurricanes. We have gone through a whole lot. So how do we transition? How do we remain viable in this global space? We, as a ministry, we have partnered with the various stakeholders to ensure that our workers know that we have to get additional skills because we have to change. We can't be doing things the same way that we have been doing things all the while. We need to change so that we can actually, because there are new jobs coming on stream. There are some jobs that may not be relevant in the future. So how do we change? So this has to do with a whole lot of training. We have to ensure that we have the necessary skills to ensure that we remain viable in the long run. So in a nutshell, I would want to say that we have enacted certain protection programs because we have programs such as PAD, public assistance through health. We have other programs that we deal with, as we say, persons from the cradle to the grave. So we are here to protect everyone, and we capture everyone in our net.
Thank you, Ms. House. And now, Mr. Brown, JC to you.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. All right. Just transition. The unions have been knocking on that door for a long time. Even before it became that buzzword, the unions have been talking about just transition. And what that means for us is that we cannot have anybody be left behind in whatever transition is made. So we recognize that there are gaps that will occur with just transition. You'll find that there are some jobs that will be left along the way because if you look at Jamaica currently, plastic bags, single-use plastic bags are now, they've basically banned the use of single-use plastic bags. So what you'll find is that there are persons who would have probably been employed in making those plastic bags who no longer have a job. So that is where the unions essentially would come in, where we put ourselves there to ensure that those persons who are displaced in a job are fairly compensated and more than likely are upskilled to get another job or something like that. So for us, the concept of just transition is so important because, as I said, no one should be left behind. And, you know, we speak a lot about green jobs and all of that in just transition, but what does that really mean? Are these green jobs decent? Does it make sense for us to take on a job for somebody and at the end of the day, despite it being a green job, the person becomes worse off? So that is again where unions come in to ensure that all of these jobs that are now coming on board with the changes that come along with just transition are actually decent jobs. Persons can earn a decent living from it and they can maintain their families. And the sense of all of that for us is to ensure that when you have workers and workers are able to have a decent job, it means society is better off. That's the essence of it. Jamaica has the mantra of, for 2030, the place to live, raise families, do business and all of that. But without workers in society who have decent jobs, that will never become a reality. So it's important for us with this the just transition landscape for unions to be integral in that matter, because we want every worker who undergoes that change to be properly protected, compensated where necessary, trained. As my colleague said, training is very important. And one of the things that we want to ensure, and what we find, you will see persons from overseas who might be trained in certain areas before, and they'll see openings in Jamaica and might want to come down, get that job and the sun, sea, and sand. But we want to ensure that our persons here are able to make the transition. So if a company wants to offer a space for a new area, we want persons to be trained in that area. So that is the gist of it from the union side. We look forward to working with the employers, the government, the whole tripartite aspect of it to ensure that the workers are not worse off at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamir. And some great points raised by all our panelists. Question as it relates to specific social protection measures. Do you see specific measures that are more necessary than others when we speak in terms of just transition? Should there be a focus more in terms of unemployment insurance, that type of insurance?
Well, we have seen measures actually being put in place, especially around COVID time. Remember, COVID was actually new, and we didn't know how to deal with a situation of that nature. We saw the government putting in place certain programs to ensure that the most vulnerable in the society was actually taken care of. And we have, even to date, remember, we have the tax break, where persons earning less than under $3 million could actually get back some form of reprieve. So yes, the Jamaican government is actually on the ball, and they're actually trying as best as possible to ensure that the most vulnerable in the society is actually being taken care of. We know that things will not be 100% because we're still developing, but at the moment we're actively trying as best as possible to ensure that the most vulnerable is actually being taken care of.
Yes, for us at the labor side, the trade union side, we welcome social protection measures. As she mentioned, unemployment insurance, that is something that is very recent, but we believe that is something that can actually go a far way for persons who are sidelined because of just transition, because the jobs that they are employed in has been removed. However, what we always call for is collaboration. There are possibly other areas that we can examine where we can find other measures. An important place that we can actually do that is the Labour Advisory Council, and that is where we possibly can really dig down and find potential areas of social protection, because as she mentioned, we haven't reached the fullness of it as yet. There are more things that we can do, but we recognize what the government has actually done, and we applaud them for that. But there's so much to be done, and based on what we think that we haven't faced as yet, those things we have to really meet them head on, and therefore we'll need collaboration at every level to include, especially the tripartite level, to make those things happen.
Okay, Ms. Locke, before you go, I want to specifically ask you, as it relates to unemployment insurance and the cost of that insurance, who should be responsible for paying?
We have been in dialogue with various stakeholders. I do not want to make a statement on that at this time. We are discussing it, and one of the things that I love most about my team is that we reach out to them. So there's a saying, you load brain before firing mouth. So what we do, we ensure that we have the conversation with them, and then we agree the strategy to go public. Most private sector employers have some type of insurance for their employees. So that is even one of the reasons we have to be careful about enunciating our strategy before we have the input. It is very important for employers to have safe workplaces. We have to have insurance to protect even the clients who are coming in. The public liability insurance. I'm dealing with a case right now where an employee was injured on the job, and the employer said it was as a result of that person's carelessness. We have to be careful as to what statements we make before we come clear on that matter. But it's some policy that we have been looking at as a team, as a council.
Okay.
I also wanted to say that we encourage all members to ensure that their staff, their employees are protected. In the event of a storm, the first thing that goes is your business. So it is really in our interest to ensure that protection is in place. And there we work, hence my comment that we work very closely with the tripartite. The heads of the unions know that they can call on us at any time and we're ready for the conversation. And so some of the activities that are, I call them activities that are taking place now in workspace, we do monitor and we do have discussions and assist where we can. But if we do it right by policy, by practice, and by professionalism, we will continue to have their support. So we think that's the way we go.
Okay, thank you. And as the point has been raised, as it relates to that collaborative approach, I want to look at the capacity of those participating from all sides, from the employer side, from the worker side, and from the government side, especially specifically related to just transition. This is this new term, and it's a buzzword, but in terms, is there a need for building capacity on all three sides? And what may be, from your point of view, the most effective way to do so based on each organization or entity that you are representing?
Well, that is a definite yes in terms of building capacity, because as I mentioned before, there's a dynamism about our economies, about how the world progressed. 20 years ago, you would have never imagined where we are now. The rise of AI, the digital space has actually transcended. Mm-hmm. So, in order for us to really meet those changes, we have to build ourselves up. We have to build that capacity to deal with that, because when you go into the room and you're speaking to somebody about data protection, right? And they bring in an expert from wherever, and that expert is telling you this and that. They tend to want to put their views forward, and that is what you actually should listen to and adhere to. However, when you build your capacity, you are able to go into that room and you are able to bring across the point of the workers better. So, in every way, in order to meet the challenges, because there will be challenges, we are not afraid of just transition, but there will be challenges. You have to build your capacity to deal with that.
I have to say that there's a saying that Professor Rex Nettleford said, you are only as good as your last act. You are never too old to learn. The new concept of just transition, we have members from every corner of Jamaica. And I can tell you that we may have gone into some corners where they never hear the word just transition. They hear just come here a little. And so education is extremely critical And we do this using many strategies, including our annual workplace convention, where we have in excess of 500 participants each year. And so we educate people through that means. We have quarterly meetings, we have guest speakers, we have people like the International Labour Organization representatives who come and speak to our staff. From our members at our meetings, we invite them to meetings. And so as a new concept comes up, we try to introduce it to our members. We have members from 5 employees to thousands of employees. So we have to ensure that the whole business of educating them becomes one of our number one priorities.
Okay, I want to also mention this building capacity. Building capacity is not just a necessity. It is vital for us to remain viable in this global space. And the ILO have partnered with us on so many occasions, because I remember being trained, being introduced to this new concept of just transition. And this is a buzzword that is actually going around. I hear it every time you listen to probably an ad on the TV, you see an ad on the TV or listen to the radio, you're hearing about just transition. It's just that probably maybe the grassroots have not yet deciphered exactly what that means. But the fact of the matter is, we have to come together as a people. And Ms. Locke mentioned communication. So it has to, in building capacity, I have to look at my brother over here, I have to look at my sister over here, and what do we need to actually move this thing? So the Ministry of Labour, as we have been having discussions with our employers and our employees, we have been having discussions with the union, we have had discussions with the ILO, we will continue to have our discussions, ensure that we know that this is the consensus that we need to actually go forward. So this is what we're going to be doing as a Ministry of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you. I am going to go a bit back as it relates to education and skills training. We know that for this new green economy that Jamaica is moving towards, there are going to be changes in the job market, and that would require reskilling and upskilling of the current workforce. But between that training and them actually finding a new job, there is going to be a lag as it relates to getting to a new job. How is it proposed that persons who are currently in training are able to support not only themselves, but the persons that depend on them when their livelihoods are affected? Thoughts?
Well, as mentioned before, that is where something like the unemployment insurance will come in and play a role. But we expect that won't last for too long, as we've seen in other areas. However, a number of these persons, especially when they take on these roles, are able to go on internships, and we support paid internships. So therefore, in cases where you don't have certain social protections in place, we would ask that when you have an entity like the Hard Trust NTA, that persons are able to go on internships and they're able to earn something during that time. Because at the end of the day, you train for 6 months and there's no income coming in. That's going to be not a motivating factor for persons to want to upskill themselves. They'll probably want us to find the next available job instead of what we really want of upskilling themselves. So paid internships might be an area that we need to really look into to ensure that persons really take on the opportunity to upskill themselves to meet the demands that come with just transition.
Well, the Jamaica Employees Federation has an outstanding relationship with the educational institutions. Hard Trust NSTA, UTech University, the West Indies, all the educational institutions reach out to employers for internship. When I recalled, we just completed a summit with the Heart Trust NSTA, and they had all stakeholders as panelists and as presenters. And one of the areas that is critical is the fact that very often when these graduates come into the workplace, they perform at outstanding levels. I recalled when Heart Trust was just introduced in Jamaica, the late Danny Williams said to all executives, you must take at least 2 of these people in your department. So the entity was filled with Heart and Trust graduates. Employers continue to engage Heart Trust graduates, especially in the technical areas, because they do outstanding jobs. So yes, we do employ them, and we do not employ them for free. We pay them.
There is a Jamaican saying, a famous Jamaican saying that if you want good, your nose have to run. So the fact of the matter is we know that employers are in business to make money. So it is not, there has to be some form of give and take. An employer will not send their worker to probably Heart, which is a national training institution, to be trained for the entire period. So we have to look at balancing the whole equation. Probably you go to work for part of the day, and then in the evenings there is some program that is designed specifically for this, and you go and get that particular training. So we all have to sit down at the table and look at how can this work. We have to ensure that our businesses remain viable. They are still producing, but at the same time, how can I get my workers' capacity to be built to a level that they can actually do the jobs that is happening now, that is growing, that is these new jobs. So it has to be a balancing act with both the employer and the worker seeing the need that I need to build my capacity, the employer seeing the need that my worker, they build capacity, then production will be increased. And at the same time, you knowing that you have to probably give up some time, and I have to give up some of my personal time. So I think it is joint collaboration.
One of the things we look at too is the whole business of succession planning. Gillian, I heard you make that statement, and I really could not leave without saying it aloud. We encourage employers to have succession plans because nobody is going to stay anywhere forever. And therefore, you have, and also the reason people leave an organization, I did a survey on that, is because they did not know where their career was going. So if you have a succession plan that says that in the next 2 years, you will become a supervisor, people will remain with your organization. And those are some of the things that we tend to encourage employers. You should have in place, the HR practitioners must have in place a strategy to attract and retain employees. And the succession planning is really, really important in running a business. If you are the only person running your business and you can't take vacation and you can't prevent getting sick, so you must have somebody to replace you in the event of any of these. You must go and get a little rest. Right, Mr. Zimbabwean? I caught you. Yes, you must get some rest. So therefore, you should have someone replace you in the event. Do not be afraid of replacement, because each time you are replaced, you get to a higher level. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. We've seen the need for collaboration, and collaboration supported through social dialogue. You've mentioned the Labor Advisory Council as that entity that supports that type of conversation and decision-making in Jamaica. We've looked at skilling and reskilling and the need to have persons from both workers' side and employers' side support that type of action. We've heard about what I would refer to as on-the-job training or post-skills training from the employer side, and the incentive support for training from the workers' side. We've also heard about the support from the Ministry of Labour and the current schemes that exist. At this time, I'm going to ask one final question, probably a troublemaking question, but I'll ask it. What role should international cooperation and funding play in supporting Jamaica's just transition efforts?
I don't want to have the last say. I want to have the first say. Ms. Corodas mentioned that I am 22. Well, I have been with this ministry for 22 years. She didn't know that. Right. But the fact of the matter is that the ILO and other international organizations, I want to thank you publicly. You have actually played your role, and you continue to play your role in terms of partnering with us as the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. I want to publicly thank you for that. And the role that you should play, you're actually playing, because you're helping us in terms of policy development, in terms of guiding how we should actually move in the new century in terms of how we do things. And the whole point about it is that when you have an international perspective, you assist us as Jamaicans to ensure that we fit right into that old scheme of things. So definitely you should play a very pivotal role, and that you are, and that we ask that you continue.
It's a hard act to follow when she goes before you. But kudos to what she said. When you have organizations such as the ILO playing those sorts of roles, it bodes well for the steps that we want to take towards achieving certain goals that we have as a nation, especially a small developing state like Jamaica. What we also recognize, though, is that while we have organizations like the ILO, there are other organizations that will come in and they will look to or seek to implement certain developments that may not coincide with what you want to do in terms, and it speaks to development, yes. However, is that development good for us? So it's a kind of a mismatch in certain areas. You have an entity like the ILO that comes and provides you with the guidance. And when I look at the 2-year program that we are going to be having, we are expecting major outcomes that will actually help Jamaica in a myriad of ways, in particular in achieving those goals set under the SDGs, especially Goal 8 and Goal 13. So we welcome that sort of development. But there are other areas that we have to be very careful in how we accept help or how we deal with that sort of assistance. We welcome foreign direct investment, to be frank. However, we have to be very careful with how we do it so that we ensure that workers' rights are protected, the environment is protected. We can't just run willy-nilly into every arrangement because it might mean that a few more persons get jobs. We have to ensure that the rights of everybody is protected, because we want a society that goes way beyond the time that we spend here on earth.
I just want to say that I truly appreciate the work being done by the ILO and the other international funding agencies. I have, like Gillian, I must be about 16. But I have worked with all these funding agencies over a number of years, and I have watched how their input changes the lives of many poor Jamaicans. And the employers are always able to solicit support from these agencies, especially the ILO, because we go to conference every year in Geneva, and we not only learn a lot, we take back a lot to share with our employers. We also are able to assist all the institutions that reach out to us. So yes, these funding agencies are critical to our continued development. We appreciate the work that you're doing, and we know you all love Jamaica, you know. We know that. And we know that when you are here, we want to make you all very happy because you provide for us and you are helping. I'm not even quite sure you understand the help that you are giving to the less fortunate in this country. And so I agree with you. I thank you very much for your support team, and also we will continue to work together as a body.
Thank you. As we've heard, I'm not going to repeat, but that collaborative approach is very necessary. Also hearing that feedback from the persons that we are supposed to be supporting helps us to support you and the wider region in the most efficient and impactful way. We know that our projects tend to come to start and finish, but the idea of that is to allow you in the long term to be able to carry what you've learned and build on that for a better future for Jamaica and the rest of the region. So as such, I would like to say thank you to my panelists. I would like to say thank you to those that stayed back to listen to this discussion. It is much appreciated. It is time to go home, but I'm going to keep you just to ask anybody has any questions. Okay, I was going to ask if anybody had questions for the panelists.
We answered everything.
Apparently. So, at this time, I will invite Ms. Corodas to come to the stage and provide permissions for our panelists to exit at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to be having a picture with the panel, so moderator and panel. And while they're doing that, Mrs. Dion Jennings will be making her way to my right of the stage. I thought I heard the camera, the photographer say, just transition. All right, so at this time, I'm going to be inviting the panel to stay in place, and Mrs. Dion Jennings will join them to just extend the ministry's appreciation. And we go first with Miss Bernita Locke. We have something tangible that she will also give. So Mrs. Jennings will go back to the right and individually will present a token of our appreciation So, Mrs. Bernita Locke. Mrs. Bernita Locke. All right, so the photograph will be taken. Thank you very much, Ms. Locke. Mr. Shamir Brown. Ms. Donnet Helps. And our moderator, Ms. Marissa Shepherd. I noticed that she's brought her people to clap for her. And we have our presenter at the back, Ms. Urquhart, that will also receive from Mrs. Jennings a token of our appreciation. Michaela Ann Urquhart. And Director Johnny Musa Bayana, aka Jamaican Johnny. Please come forward. And we can arrange with Usain Bolt. He says that his house should be next door to Usain Bolt. Thank you, and we hope that you all have safe journeys back to your respective homes, and it was certainly the Ministry of Labour and Social Security's pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can give you. We don't give you.
Before we go, I must use this opportunity to say thanks to Ms. Gillian Corodas for leading the organizing team and the other members of the team, Ms. Manahan and Ms. Helps, and other persons in the labor division. We appreciate your work, and we know that this was a very useful day, and it's not just about talk, but I'm sure it will have the impact that it will need. Okay.